3 weeks before we won, as you know, it was going to be the single greatest defeat in the history of politics. They predicted that this would be the greatest loss in political history, not even modern political history. They said in political history. And I'll tell you one thing.
A little bit of where all of this will exactly go down this morning. If we can just turn the camera here, we're going to zoom in on the spot where Donald Trump will be delivering that all-important inaugural address. What we've seen this morning and what they're doing right now is testing the microphones. They've also been adjusting the height of the podium, making sure that each and everything is right. We also saw them drill in some of the last touches, the final touches, the presidential seal down below. These final details, certainly an important setting for Donald Trump's major speech. Now, before he comes here, he will be waking up this morning at the Blair House. He'll go to church with his family at St. John's, then for tea with the Obamas over at the White House. John.
All right, Sunlen, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Joining us now is Democratic Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. You know, we heard in one of the excerpts of what the president-elect was saying last night, still dwelling on the election, the bitterness of the election, how he wasn't supposed to win, and yet he did. That is relevant for his mindset. The question then becomes, you are the leader of the Democrats. Where is your mind in terms of helping this president get on his way?
Well, it's a good question. Look, when Donald Trump campaigned, he campaigned against both the Democratic and Republican establishments. Some of the things he talked about, changing our trade laws, a big infrastructure bill, getting rid of the carried interest loophole, Democrats have always supported. Since he was elected, it seems they're moving in a much harder right direction. Some of his cabinet nominees end Medicare as we know it, slash education, undo all our environmental laws. They're quite different than the way he campaigned. So if he tries to move back to the old way, we will work with him on things we believe in. But when he goes against us and against our values and against many of the things he said in his campaign, we'll fight him tooth and nail. The classic right now, of course, repeal Obamacare. They don't know what to do. And many of his Republican colleagues now are urging him to not repeal it, but rather work to improve it. If he says he won't repeal, we'll work with him to improve it. If he says repeal, again, we'll fight it tooth and nail.
These guys have been fighting tooth and nail, yes, but ultimately
he needs votes in the Senate. First, he may lose Republicans. He needs 51 to start it going. Already one has defected. 2 or 3 more are talking about defecting. He may not get that, but even if he does, he'll need 60 votes on many of the parts. Because the Senate, the way the Senate works, you need 60 for anything major legislatively that is not in what's so-called reconciliation. So we have some tools to use, and we will use them. We won't oppose Trump just because his name is on something, but when he's against the values we believe in, many of the things he campaigned on, yeah, we're gonna fight.
So given all of that, give me an adjective for how you're feeling today.
I am ready for the fight. I really am. I mean, it's a tremendous responsibility. This president ran an unconventional campaign, to say the least. He pleased many people, but upset many more probably. And they're looking to us to hold up that banner, and we will. Not just for its own sake, not to, quote, see him fail, but to hold to the values that so many Americans hold dear.
There won't be as many hands on the banner, though, today. The Democratic leadership is here. You're here. All the senators, I think, will be here, Democratic senators. On the House side, you have this faction that has broken off. They have different reasons, but over 60 House Democrats won't be here for some variety of negativity toward the incoming president. Do you respect their decision?
I do. I don't agree with it. I'm obviously here, but I certainly respect it. This has been a nasty and vitriolic campaign. Many people were treated very, very poorly, way beyond the bounds of a usual campaign. And if they are going to express it that way, that's their right. I've told the senators it's an individual conscious decision. Every senator is attending, but I don't begrudge those who have made a different decision.
And yet, look at President Obama's tone and his actions. I mean, it's hard to imagine there being more water under the bridge between two men than Donald Trump and Barack Obama. And yet, it seems that President Obama is taking the high road. And today they will be literally and figuratively, these two men will be taking the road together in their shared ride.
Look, we always respect in America the peaceful transition of power. It is an amazing thing when you think about it. Even in an election as heated as this, there are no tanks in the street. There are not people, saying we're going to form a new government, maybe in Los Angeles or somewhere. It is an amazing thing. And America has so many strengths. And I know there are people now worried about the future. I'll be speaking about this. I'm dressing as a vice chair of the inauguration. I get to say a few words. And I have faith in the American people and in America. In our difficult times, the American people, practical, problem solving, lower than any other transition president. So he has his supporters. They're all here. God bless them. They're entitled to celebrate, but most of America is not happy with what he's doing.
All right, as Allison says, you have two things to unpack. You have how you quiet or how you deal with the angry portions of your own party, and then you have what you're doing with the confirmation process. The first one is the peaceful transition of power. We keep hearing from your side of the political aisle, this is not a rightful transition of power. This isn't legitimate. Elijah Cummings yesterday said, if you people knew what we know from our classified briefings, you'd understand why they're not going tomorrow. These are loaded implications. Yes. What do you say to Democrats, whether they're elected or they're at home and they're watching, who say, he's not my president?
I understand your anguish. I understand your anger. But we will be there to defend you. We will be there to defend the values of America when candidate Trump and now President Trump deviates from them.
Cabinet picks. Do you predict that anyone will not be confirmed?
It's too early to tell. This cabinet selection has been a disaster for the president. We call it the swamp cabinet, billionaires
you call it
and
the
bankers.
Swamp cabinet. That's your royal word.
We're calling it that. We Democrats call it that. Yes. Why? More conflicts of interest than you have ever seen. People whose positions are fundamentally different than President-elect Trump's. Example, President-elect Trump said, I'm not going to cut Medicare. People in America are for Medicare. His nominee for the Secretary of Health and Human Services has made a career of trying to privatize, which means end Medicare as we know it. So these cabinet nominees need thorough scrutiny. What have our Republican colleagues done? They've tried to rush them through. Short hearings, not rounds of questions, many of them stacked up. Some of them didn't even have their papers. You're required by law to file an ethics report, and how are you going to get rid of your conflicts of interest? Ms. DeVos, controversial Secretary of Education, didn't file any papers, and they put her on at 5 o'clock at night. Each senator only got 5 minutes of questions.
Peaceful transition of power.
It
requires transition as well. What votes will you put up today?
There are some who are not controversial. We're not opposing for its own sake. I think General Mattis is a very good choice as Defense Secretary. We'll vote on him this afternoon. I think Mr. Kelly, General Kelly, is a great choice for Homeland Security. We'll put him up today. And Pompeo for CIA, which is a little more controversial. Some of our members want to question him, but if he's not voted on today, he will be Monday. And these are the three top national security people that the country needs the most. But to spend a few days on people as controversial as Price or DeVos or Pudzer, who's so been against the working man and woman, even though Trump campaigned for them, to take a few days when they'll be in power for up to 4 years, tremendous say over the lives of Americans. Of course, that's what we should do.
So what happens on Monday?
Well, on Monday,
meaning what are you? You say you're ready for the fight. What's your tact when you go in on Monday?
On Monday, we will go through some of the nominees and, the less controversial ones, and we'll talk about them. We'll ask questions. The ACA battle is coming forward. We'll see if the Republicans have the votes in the second round to actually put in something that actually repeals and how they're going to repeal it. And the next few weeks, some of these cabinet nominees, not the non-controversial ones, but the very controversial ones, will be discussed very thoroughly on the floor of the Senate.
You say we will not be dilatory for no reason. You're not going to delay for no reason. But that's exactly what the GOP says that Trump and co says you're doing.
Well,
this is sour grapes. These are successful business people. Of
You know
course, they have more
Chris, they
complications.
could have avoided all of it by filing the ethics reports, filing the FBI reports that every other nominee for every other administration has done. There are rules here. There's scrutiny here. That's what the Constitution says, advise and consent. They want us to just not pay any attention to these very controversial nominees. We're not doing that. That's not our constitutional duty, and that's not our duty to the American people.
Senator Chuck Schumer, thank you very much.
Great to be here.
Great to have you on your
Thank
day.
you.
And our responsibility is to report on what happens in that fight every day. You are always welcome here to make the case for the Democrats.
Okay, I like your show, and if you keep this view, how could I resist?
Good point. Thank you.
Senator, thank you very much. So, President-elect Donald John Trump has a packed Inauguration Day schedule. Just a few hours, he's going to have tea with the president, the outgoing president, President Obama. But he kicks off the day with services at the St. John's Episcopal Church, just steps from the White House. And that's where we have CNN National.
90 minutes and head here, right behind me, St. John's Episcopal Church. Why does this matter? This is tradition. Ever since 1933 with Franklin Delano Roosevelt, every president but one has held a worship service in advance of their inauguration, as you noted, before that coffee or tea with President Obama and Michelle Obama. President-elect Trump will be doing that here. This is a faith service, a private service for the Trumps and the Pence family. There are expected to be about 300 individuals here. And guys, you can go down the list of the surprising and very intense evangelical support that the president-elect got throughout the campaign. They will be here. Jerry Falwell Jr., James Dobson, Mark Burns, a lot of individuals that kind of took a different path that wasn't expected and were kind of the core of the evangelical support of the Trump campaign. They will be here. They will be present. There will also be a sermon by Pastor Robert Jeffress. And this matters, one, because he is a very large figure in the evangelical community, has a mega church down in Dallas, Texas, but also he said many inflammatory things. So a bit of a surprise pick here, but as one Trump official informed me, this was a man who was very behind the president-elect, matters deeply to the president-elect and his family. That's exactly why he'll be speaking today, guys.
Okay, Phil, thank you very much. There's so much to discuss on this historic day. So let's bring in our panel. We have CNN contributor, Washington Examiner reporter, and New York Post columnist Selena Zito, CNN political analyst David Gregory, CNN political analyst and presidential campaign correspondent for the New York Times, Maggie Haberman, and CNN senior political analyst Mark Preston. Great to have all of you on this historic day. It's hard, David, to not feel the weight of how important this day is and how significant it is in our tradition. It dates back to George Washington, and you feel the pageantry everywhere here in DC.
Well, you do. There's huge crowds who are part of the inaugural festivities, a celebration of constitutional democracy. We're in a really politically divided time in the country, and Senator Schumer speaks to that. But we have to remember how many hundreds of thousands will be here who really embrace the message of making America great again, of shaking up the political system in the way that Donald Trump did it in such a disruptive fashion. That is being celebrated all around the country today, and it's also being protested all around the country today in ways large and small, and will be over the weekend. But I think it's interesting to put in some perspective the celebratory nature of what we're able to do as Americans and how we transfer power. Preston and I were talking a little bit earlier today. In 1861, Trump will use the Lincoln Bible. This was the year of a civil war. I mean, as divided as we are politically in this country, as divided we are about the role of government, about the social fabric of the country, we are not debating issues that will fundamentally tear this country apart, literally. We've come a long way in that regard. And I think that's part of what the peaceful transfer of power reminds us of, about how strong the country is, even when we seem so divided.
And yet, Maggie, when he takes the podium today as President of the United States, there's all this speculation about what the weight of the actual office will do. We've been told that the office changes the man. We have seen no change in Trump since this transition has begun. But how much of this tone, this division, perceived or real, is on him in this moment and in the moments that immediately follow?
I think it's a mistake to say that divisions were created solely by Donald Trump. That has been a theme, certainly among Democrats and some of his Republican critics over many months. I don't think that is the case. I do think that he has not used the transition period to try to bring people together the way he could have. Part of that is we have seen over the last week, he cannot stop reliving this greatest hits record of how he won the campaign. And I've never seen anything like this. I don't think anyone here has. He has been talking about it literally in every single speech. He gave a toast honoring Mike Pence at a dinner for Mike Pence the other night. He was not initially supposed to be there. He insisted on going. And instead, it was almost a roast of the room and a reminder repeatedly of Mike Pence that he had not supported him. In that speech, he thanked Black voters who voted for him and then thanked Black voters who stayed home and said there was, quote unquote, no reason to vote. So I think it's going to be important to see what the tone is in this speech. What I think we need to remember is that what Donald Trump says at any given moment, and I'm afraid I don't think we can say that the inaugural address is going to be necessarily different, does not necessarily reflect on what he does. So we need to wait and see.
Selena, what are you listening for in his inaugural address today?
Well, I'm listening for, they're saying that the theme is going to be America first, but I think what's more important for him to convey is bringing people together. I think yesterday we saw some hints that the enormity of what he was going to doing was impacting him. He went to Arlington. You could tell that was an incredibly moving thing. And I think that any time a president goes there or a president-elect goes there for the first time, they are reminded that the national treasure is laying there. And it is because of the men who have preceded them. And
his demeanor looked different.
It looked
yesterday,
completely different.
at times.
But he also was joyful last night. If you saw the ceremony last night at the Lincoln Memorial, he was singing. He was swaying with the music. He gave a unifying small speech, and I found people there at that event that did not support him. But they came because they believed that it was important to celebrate the moment. This one guy said, "This is like opening day for me." You know, this has all those traditions and all those sort of Americanisms that are important to me with baseball, and it transferred to me with the inauguration of the next
Those
president.
core supporters are going to be disappointed at Donald Trump, who comes in with record levels of disapproval and unpopularity. I mean, even President George W. Bush, after the Supreme Court decided the election in 2000, had a higher approval rating. And I think to Maggie's point, that's because of how the president-elect has decided to conduct himself in this transition period. So nobody's expecting him to fall into kind of regular order as far as presidents go. But even his disruptive nature, he's got to find a way to build some support and bring along the opposition, if at least to force.
Mark, to get you in here, a quick word. Every president that I've covered has said the office overcame me. It was bigger than just being a man. Do you think that happens?
I think we hope it happens. I mean, bottom line, simple answer is that when he walks into the White House after the parade, does he stop? Does he take a deep breath and realize that he's no longer on the campaign trail, that in fact, he is the leader of the free world?
Panel, thank you much. What should be President-elect Trump's #1 priority as he takes office? You can tweet us one word using the hashtag NewDayCNN. We'll share the results later in the show.
All right, Donald John Trump is going to take the oath of office in just a few hours. The forecast, not so great. It could be rain on this historic moment. Reagan is the only president to have had an inaugural parade canceled because of weather. Andrew Jackson had one canceled for another reason some 100 years before. But what will that mean for spectators and guests if it's wet today? Chad Myers has the answer. Next.
Audi pilotless vehicles have conquered highways, mountains, and racetracks. And now, much of that same advanced technology is found in the Audi A4. With one notable difference. The highly advanced Audi A4 with available traffic jam assist.
More doing chores for mom parole? Bounty is more absorbent, so the roll can last 50% longer than the leading ordinary brand. So you get more life per roll. Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
To apply for your MasterCard Titanium card, visit Luxury Card or call 844-LUX-CARD. Meet the true believers.
Maybe they're onto something.
The religious rebels. Join the spiritually curious journey. Believer, coming this spring on CNN.
John, we're getting you a raise.
That's fantastic, but I'm gonna pass.
Are you okay?
Honey, you got another present.
No, thank you, Dad.
Who says no to more? Time Warner Cable Internet gives you more of what you and those little data hoggers want, like ultra-fast speeds up to 50 megs. That's 8 times faster than DSL.
This internet speed is sick.
Get 15 meg internet starting at $39.99 a month. Call 1-844-663-7310.
And with home Wi-Fi, the whole family can be online at once.
Great for kids to stream scary shows while not cleaning their room. You'll also get our exclusive 1-hour arrival window, a money-back guarantee, and there's no contract to sign. Get 15 meg internet with no data cap starting at $39.99 a month. Plus free installation and access to over 500,000 TWC Wi-Fi hotspots nationwide. Would Rex pass up more beef stew? I don't think so. Say yes to more. Call now.
This is CNN, the most trusted name in news. It's a big day, no matter your party, no matter your position. Thousands of Americans are making their way to Washington, D.C., hoping to get a good spot for the inauguration of a president. Many of them waking up early, trying to get through very, very tight security, some with better success than others. CNN's Brian Todd is just outside the National Mall. Brian, Allison, and I spent some quality bonding time outside a security checkpoint for some 2 hours with much of our staff. How is it now?
Right. Well, Chris, it's just past daybreak, and already there's just so much raw energy on the streets here and a lot of enthusiasm. And part of that is the passion for protest. This is one of those pop-up protests that we knew were going to happen today. This is a group protesting in favor of refugee rights and in favor of minority rights here. This is an anti-Trump group. This is a spontaneous protest that's popped up on this intersection. Our photojournalist John Bennett and I are going to take you down this way. Sorry, John, we'll come on down this way. You know, this, again, part of the passion and energy of this day are the protests, but it hasn't taken away from the enthusiasm of the people who just want to come here and take in the historic spectacle. And some of these people are right down here at this checkpoint. They were waiting here some of them since 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning. We talked to people from Texas, from New Hampshire, from North Carolina, South Carolina. One group came in, driving in from Seattle, and they had to wait in a checkpoint line like this one. Now, some of the issues here have been maybe not enough staffing or equipment at some of these checkpoints. We've been to 3 checkpoints now, and they've had some of these problems. This one didn't have enough staffing, but again, they have started letting people in here, hundreds of people waiting here since very, very early, and most of them, Chris, telling us that they're really just happy to be here, taking the spectacle of this inauguration. Allison, back to you.
Brian, thank you very much for all of that. As I speak, there is a beautiful golden sunrise behind me over the Capitol. However, we hear that rain is headed here. Let's get to CNN's Chad Myers. He has the forecast. What are you seeing, Chad?
I hate to do that red sky in the morning thing, but I mean, there you go. High cirrus clouds bouncing off the sunlight right now. A beautiful sunrise, but there's what those clouds are bringing in. It's going to be rain right behind it. That's why the clouds are there. Rain coming into D.C. this afternoon for sure. I think likely by 10 a.m. it will be raining. There may be, and I don't have this nailed down yet, there's even a chance of a lightning strike or two. That would be the worst possible scenario here. But there will be some heavier rain moving in. Rain showers into D.C. by 10, 11, 12, staying around 1, 2, and finally out by 3 or 4 o'clock later on this afternoon. So it does clear out, but it will take some time to do that. So temperatures, how will they be? They will be in the 40s. Not a raw day. Rain, yeah, mist, drizzle. It's not going to warm up very much. There won't be much sunshine. 47 will be the noontime temperature with the chance of rain there, 90%. It'll rain on and off all day. You're just not going to see sunshine. You'll have that mist and drizzle kind of day. So just get ready for the umbrellas. You know, we've already talked about that earlier today. You can have them on the mall. You can have them on the parade road. You can't have them if you have seats there and by the inauguration. They will take them away from you, but they have to be, even if you have them, they have to be the very, very small ones, not the big long ones like the Joker carried.
All right, Chad. Red skies in the morn, sailors be warned, is what you're referring to. Thank you for the report. Let us know if anything changes. Let's talk about this historic day and what is the first order of business when you have our Republican-controlled White House and Congress in full effect. We have Congressman Kevin Brady, House Deputy Whip, also the chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee. It's good to have you. Let's put up that picture for our audience again of this sunrise coming. Look at behind us right now. That is not fake. And it really does capture the majesty of the moment, our 58th presidential inauguration, the history that just falls on top of you. The first one in D.C. was Thomas Jefferson, the first president to be at the west front of the Capitol where this is going to take place, Ronald Reagan. Some history that Donald Trump doesn't want to repeat. First inauguration parade canceled for weather was Ronald Reagan. Also, we hope we don't have a repeat of that history today, but so much history. What does this mean to you today?
Yeah, so this is an exciting day. Look, this is, these are moments in history in this country, and I think especially so with Donald Trump, because here's an election, which rarely happens, where voters just defied the pundits, the experts, the pollsters, and said, this is our guy. He's the guy that will fight for us. We want to shake things up and change the direction of the country. And so I think today really is about a new start, a fresh start, and I think a pretty exciting start for the country.
Now, they always say that the office overcomes the man, right? And that is a big question going into what happens with Donald Trump as president. Will he be like presidents before him in as much as the office becomes more important than his own emotions? What are you expecting?
You know, he is very much his own man. And I think that is why he prevailed through a very tough primary and through a tough general election as well. And you know, he's one of these guys, you can tell from the polls, he doesn't have his finger in the air all the time when we're just wondering which way the political winds are blowing. I like that because it's sort of that old axiom, you got your finger in the air, you can't put it on the problem. This president's about solving problems, especially economy and security. So I think these are very strong traits for this president.
Now, he doesn't necessarily like you either, right? When he was running, it was Republicans, Democrats, all of you in this swamp, as he refers to it.
And I know you mean that in the best possible way.
I'm just saying the way he said it. I never said it. But, you know, what does that mean in terms of expectations? Do you think you know what he wants to do and how he wants to do it? There are a lot of questions on your side of the aisle about that, especially with the ACA, with Obamacare, where people don't think they know whether he is sure about what he wants.
So in my view, the House Republicans, we're exactly on the same page for them. And in fact, so much so, Ways and Means Republicans, we came back to Washington to work during the holidays to be ready on tax reform, on how we repeal and then replace in a very careful, thoughtful, deliberate approach the Affordable Care Act and his goals on national security and just getting this economy moving. We are on the right track. So we've been working hard since Election Day to be ready to work with this president.
So what will that mean in practical effect day one? What can you do with the ACA where you repeal something which essentially means defunding, giving the ability to defund things? And we know what the vulnerability is there. If you take money away, you may put people at risk unless you replace that revenue the same time. Can you do that?
So yes, we can. So the Obamacare experiment has failed on day one and including on Monday. We expect the president and the administration to start to ease some of the regulatory burdens to be able to give people more choices and options they don't have today. Congress has a lot of this work to do, which is why we've already voted to begin the process of repealing. But you're also going to see us take some very positive steps on the replacement side. But here's what you won't see.
You know what that is? That's Marine. Talking about what we will see, there's Marine One arriving at the east front of the U.S. Capitol. The ceremony takes place on the other side of the Capitol, but this is history in progress. The main players are starting to show up, the exiting president, the incoming president, and we'll follow these big moments throughout the morning. So, Congressman, back to our conversation. You had said that the starting point is that the ACA has been a failure. Now, what we're seeing is yet more people sign up. You have higher approval ratings of it. Some of that may be politically charged, that it became an issue. But you do have growing sentiment within your own party that, whoa, this is not as easy as campaign rhetoric. You know, the old expression, you campaign in poetry, repeal and replace. You govern in prose. There's hard work. It's working for a lot of people, and you could put people at jeopardy. Where does your confidence come from that you can avoid those pitfalls?
Well, there is a high confidence. I don't think anyone thought this would be easy. No entitlement. Once it's been established and history has ever been repealed, we're going to take that historic step. Secondly, look, we're focused on affordable health care. Sort of the concept to replace that huge bureaucracy of the Affordable Care Act with something tailored to you, more like a healthcare backpack where you can take it from job to job, state to state, home to start a business or a family, even in retirement. So you'll see us focused on how do we personalize healthcare. How can you take it with you and change it to meet your life as you go forward, but give more control, not just to patients, but to the states as well. That will take several steps. And I was just pointing out, you won't see a 2,000-page bill that no one's read. We're not replacing that part of the Obamacare process. You're going to see a step-by-step process where the public and lawmakers understand sort of the foundations they're laying. We think that's the best way to get affordable health care personalized to you.
The danger is always in the details. We'll follow it closely. Good luck to you. The American people need good outcomes.
Thank you, Chris.
Congressman Brady, enjoy the day.
Thank you.
All right, Allison.
Chris, it is an electric day here in Washington, D.C. Just hours until Mr. Trump's inauguration, and people from around the country are already making their way to the National Mall here in Washington to witness history on the steps of the U.S. Capitol. Our inauguration coverage continues next.
Hello, welcome to McDonald's. They own the business. From build a tower in 30 seconds. He had the vision. I call them the Golden Arches. Critics are calling The Founder the best movie of the new year. This is not your company, Ray. Sure about that. The Founder, with PG-13. Safety doesn't come in a box. It's not a banner that goes on a wall. It's not something you do now and then, or when it's convenient. It's using state-of-the-art simulators to better prepare for any situation. It's giving offshore teams onshore support, and it's empowering anyone to stop a job if something doesn't seem right. And BP, safety is never being satisfied and always working to be better.
We are Steel, German-engineered chainsaws and landscape products.
The majority of which are made here in America by Americans.
And exported to over 90 countries around the world.
Find out why steel is #1 in America at steelusa.com.
You do all this research on the perfect car, then smash it into a tree. Your insurance company raises your rates. Maybe you should have done more research on them.
For drivers with accident forgiveness, Liberty Mutual won't raise your rates due to your first accident. And if you do have an accident, our claim centers are available to assist you 24/7. Call 1-888-776-2147 for a free quote today. Liberty stands with you. Liberty Mutual Insurance.
As I was researching my family tree, I discovered a woman named Marianne Gaspard. I became curious where in Africa she was from. So I took the Ancestry DNA test to find out more about my African roots. Ancestry really helped me fill in a lot of details.
This is Peloton, the indoor cycling experience designed to happen in your home. Only Peloton allows you to take high-energy live and on-demand studio cycling classes without having to go anywhere. Ride live with some of the best studio cycling instructors in the country. Ride flexible with thousands of on-demand rides. Ride connected alongside riders from all around the world. This is fitness evolved. This is Peloton.
Search continues. Finding Jesus returns this spring. Crossover into the new year with a new all-wheel drive from Paddock Chevrolet. We've got a limited supply of specially priced all-wheel drive Equinox and Traverse. With no down payment or security deposit, Chevy or non-GM lessees can lease an all-wheel drive LT Equinox starting at $189 a month, or an all-wheel drive Traverse starting at $239. No gimmicks, no giveaways, and you don't have to be a GM employee. Get your all-wheel drive today at Paddock Chevrolet, a world-class dealership with small-town values.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. There was nothing I could do about it. I tried to make payments. When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy, like 1, 2, 3. I owed $15,000. I only had to pay $3,500, and now my debt is clean. If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optima Tax now.
For your free consultation, call 1-800-488-6874. That's 1-800-488-6874.
This is CNN, the most trusted name in news. History will be made today, and there are going to be big crowds expected to gather here in our nation's capital. Donald John Trump taking the oath of office, our 45th president. It happens in just a few hours. The gates are already open on the National Mall. We got CNN's senior Washington correspondent Joe Johns in the middle of it all, a witness to history with a front row seat, kind of.
Joe?
Joe? Can't get through security. I know the feeling. There's Joe. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you fine. It's loud. They're banging rock and roll right now. We were just hearing some ZZ Top. Good energy out here on the mall. And I wanted to show you some of the things that have changed a little bit from past years. And one thing that hasn't changed is how long it took to get in. But look at this sort of moonscape. It's white plastic flooring that they have that goes almost all the way up to the Capitol reflecting pool and goes almost down to as far as you can see. That's to protect the grass. They had a big sort of renovation project out here, and they're trying to protect the grass on the National Mall. Now, another interesting thing that people will see who come out here are this bike rack business that goes, once again, all the way up to the reflecting pool, pulls out, opens up just like that. Now, what's that for? It's, in fact, an emergency runway. In the event there's a problem, somebody's hurt, somebody's sick, first responders will bring them here and they can run them all the way back and forth. So that's what it looks like out here on the mall. People are coming in, a lot of excitement, and a lot of things prohibited, including umbrellas, but this kind of thing is allowed. The long umbrellas are not allowed. Back to you guys.
Okay, Joe, keep rocking it out there, and we will check back with you.
From Beyonce to ZZ Top.
We're covering all the bases. President-elect Donald Trump will be sworn into office about 4 hours from now. True to form, he just tweeted, "It all begins today," he says. "I will see you at 11 a.m. for the swearing in." The movement continues. The work begins. But the president-elect will take office without most of his cabinet in place. Let's discuss that and so much more with our panel. We have Selena Zito, David Gregory, Maggie Haberman, and Mark Preston. Mark, the lack of a full cabinet, big deal or life goes on?
I mean, look, life's going to go on. I mean, we're going to sit here and talk about how slow it's been for him to name people. He just named his ag secretary, just nominated him the other day. More importantly, though, than the folks that are going to assume these senior positions is these junior positions, these undersecretary positions. These are the folks who actually run the government, and he hasn't named any of them. In fact, and this does happen, he has asked several high-ranking key Obama officials to stay on for the transition. You know, that is common. Question is, how long are they going to have to stay on? Because right now, there doesn't seem to be anyone backfilling and coming in to assume these new roles.
Kevin Brady, Republican, Texas, House Ways and Means, he was on the show and he said, we're getting after repeal and replace right away. When pressed, he said, we're confident we can do it. We can do it the right way. And then he talked about portability of plans. That's an issue, but it's not the issue when it comes to what's most expensive and what's most important in that plan.
No, I think that's right. I think that I think at the moment, before we get to that phase, we don't actually know what versions of a plan that we are even talking about. There is not close to his own plan. Aides seem to walk that back pretty quickly. What he described was health care for everybody. That is obviously doesn't sound much different than Obamacare, right? And then its goal. So I think we're going to have to wait and see. I do think, to Mark's point about how the government functions going forward, there is sort of this permanent bureaucracy that is not going to carry out Trump's vision on policy without guidance from these undersecretaries and deputy secretaries. At some domestic agencies, like Department of Justice, it sounds like that's gone fairly well, but you also have a sitting senator taking, where you have Rex Tillerson, who is new to this world, does not have a ton of people, has had people who have not wanted to take the job or he has not clicked with. The same has been true for General Mattis at Department of Defense. And there's a similar issue at Department of Homeland Security. So I think that this is going to be tense couple of weeks as he gets off the...
I mean, look, they're not part of the Washington machinery, these folks. They're not enmeshed inside the Beltway. People like that about them, his supporters. So doesn't he get a grace period for putting all of these people in place?
Probably more from a lot of the public than from official Washington. And I think, again, we have to really bear that in mind. How many Americans are celebrating the disruptive nature of Donald Trump today, both in Washington and around the country? The opposition to Trump, I think, is starting to solidify. It's very vocal. It occupies a lot of media centers. And I think it's striking from Senator Schumer. I think that the Democratic left has actually decided to really go hard resistance. I think they're going to oppose these nominations. I think it is going to be on Trump to try to confuse his opposition, to give them no choice but to cooperate with him on infrastructure, tax reform, other issues. That's going to be his opportunity. Look at all of these members of Congress who are not showing up today. Why? Because they are in districts who view Trump as illegitimate. Now, that may be unfair, may be wrong on the face of it, but there's enough energy out there for Democrats to say, you know what, let's dig in, let's start fighting the midterms today, and on Inauguration Day.
And yet the problem finds its source in the same place that the solution does, and it's Donald Trump, Selena. And when he takes that podium today and gives his speech, he's going to have to start making decisions about which battles he picks and how he tries to move, especially in this constipated place that's called Washington, D.C. You know, if they can't get things done, that's going to be on him. Do you think that he has that in him to make the deals and make the changes, to keep the fights down and the progress up?
I think he has it in him to make the deals. He's never ran as a incredibly ideological candidate. He was not your traditional Republican candidate. He wasn't a Democrat either. And that was part of the appeal for him and why he got a lot of crossover vote. When he steps up there today and gives his speech, he has an incredible moment in his hands to not only take the people somewhere aspirational, but to also offer a tangible benefit like he did with Make America Great Again. And to what you said about Democrats, I met with a group of them from Pennsylvania and Ohio over last weekend, and They were very frustrated by the hardened stance that Schumer has taken. They feel that they have lost seats, especially down ballot, because the party has become too strident, too progressive. So I think that's the Democrats' challenge.
It's really striking. I mean, think about what this represents. You know, when Andrew Jackson was sworn in for his first inaugural, John Quincy Adams didn't even show up. He didn't visit him at the White House. He didn't even show up to the inauguration because their previous battle for the presidency was so hard fought. Here you have an outgoing president with I don't think Reagan level approval, but huge approval.
Pretty close.
And yet you've got so much desire for change in the country.
Yeah, that's right. So will we see anything, Mark Preston, in terms of executive actions this weekend? After the pageantry of today, will Mr. Trump immediately swing into action?
I just want to say that the most ridiculous storyline is that he's going to start working on day one, which would be Monday. He's the president of the United States at noon. He starts working at noon. Okay, president of the United States, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, the next 4 years.
He also has never had a day job in 20 years. This is
correct. And, you know, the guy does work. I mean, we do know that.
No, not saying he's not a hard worker.
We don't know what he's going to do. And you know what? Neither does his staff.
And panel, thank you very much.
All right, well, one thing he is definitely going to do, Donald Trump is going to make history today. He's going to go from a real estate mogul, a celebrity TV guy, to the 45th president of the United States. He says he wrote his own inaugural address because he has a very specific message. What might it be? Next.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
The last hour, we've seen several coordinated attacks.
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As a control enthusiast, I'm all business when I travel. Even when I travel for leisure. So I go national, where I can choose any available upgrade in the aisle without starting any conversations or paying any upcharges. What can I say? Control suits me. Go national. Go like a pro.
Big business or small business, your business needs to keep moving. And with Veridesk, the height-adjustable standing desk solution, your team can go from sitting to standing and back to sitting. Veridesk costs a fraction of traditional office furniture. 85% of Fortune 500 companies have already put Veridesk to work. And Veridesk has received thousands of 5-star ratings. Go to Veridesk.com to find solutions for your office. That's VARI Desk. Veridesk. Work elevated.
Your brain changes as you get older, but Prevagen helps your brain with an ingredient originally discovered in jellyfish. In clinical trials, Prevagen has been shown to improve short-term memory. Prevagen, the name to remember.
Get the book that files this unprecedented election.
It's unprecedented.
Unprecedented. The election that changed everything. Get this special inaugural edition in stores or online today.
Start the new year off right with Heinrich Chevrolet's winter sales event.
Now through January 31st, you'll find great savings on all new and used vehicles.
Between our lease loyalty offers, bonus tag cash, and everyday Heinrich discounts,
We know you'll find the vehicle that you want at the price you deserve.
like this 2017 Chevy Cruze that you can lease for just $119 a month. And that's with only taxes and DMV fees due at signing. Heinrich Chevrolet, located on South Transit Road in Lockport.
And at HeinrichChevy.com.
Trusted name in news. A run with wolves requires agile development and operations. The map to Successville goes through APIs with the heft of optimized cloud infrastructure. Can you smell the algorithms and biometric data in the air? In the application economy, the morning run is powered by software.
CNN's coverage of the presidential inauguration is brought to you by...
Throughout the morning, we asked you, our viewers, what you think President-elect Trump's #1 priority should be when he takes office. We received hundreds of your responses so far on Twitter. You want to guess what the overwhelming response is?
Make New Day 7 hours.
No, that will be his second priority.
There it is.
The first priority is unity. You can see that in the big red letters, also top in the list: healthcare, fighting ISIS, jobs, immigration, and building the wall.
So I'm still looking at the words up there on your screen right now. All right, so let's bring in our panel and let's talk about this idea of unity and what Donald J. Trump, our next president, can do in his first inaugural address. CNN presidential historian and former director of the Nixon Presidential Library, Tim Naftali, is here. Executive editor of Bloomberg View and author of Trump Nation, The Art of Being the Donald, Timothy O'Brien, and author of Democracy's Big Day, inaugural historian, Jim Bendat. All right. So, Jim, this is the day that you live for, the inauguration. You have all the fun facts, and we've been reading in, and you do get overcome with the history that falls on your head in this town on this day. What are some of the big ones that pop out to you about what makes the inauguration such an amazing historical event?
The fact that our inauguration day makes our country stand out from so many other nations. They don't do it that way. We have one day every 4 years. Other nations, they might have military coups. They might have monarchs who reign forever. So we have our unique way of doing things.
You only get your moment in the sun once every 4 years as an inaugural historian.
The way I like to put it is every 4 years I get my 15 minutes.
That's right. So let me stick with you, Jim, for a second. What are you looking for today?
Well, I'm always looking to see if the traditions will be followed. We know that a lot of them will be. We know that Trump is going to be going to the church services. He'll be going to the White House. There will be the procession to the Capitol. We know that. But we already know also there are going to be some differences. He's going to set a record today with 6 religious prayers as part of the ceremony. 3 invocations, 3 benedictions. That's a new record. During the inaugural parade, we know that, unfortunately, a tradition has been lost. Trump fired Charlie Brotman, the announcer who's been doing every inaugural parade since 1957, covering Democrats and Republicans. He's a part of my book. I wrote the chapter in my book is called The President's Announcer. He's a gregarious person. He's still up to the task. He shouldn't have been fired.
So what do you think about the walk of the inaugural parade? Who was it? Carter walked the entire thing. He was the first one to do it. What's the most common protocol there, and what are we expecting today?
Well, Jimmy Carter and Rosalind Carter are the only ones to actually walk the entire distance.
What is it, like a mile and a half or something?
Yes. But many other presidents since then, almost all of them, have gotten out of the car, generally toward the end of the parade, although Barack and Michelle Obama got out a couple of times. But definitely toward the end of the parade route, when they're in front of their supporters right near the White House, you can generally expect almost all presidents to do that.
Tim, as presidential historian, what are you keeping your eye on? What has jumped out at you so far?
I'm going to watch how Mr. Trump uses words. One of the things that presidents learn is that words matter. That they can change the stock market. They can change the value of the U.S. currency. They can send signals to our foreign allies and adversaries with words. How will Donald Trump introduce himself to us as a president? He's introduced himself to us many times in other forms, but today he is a president.
We know a few things about the inaugural address. They said it will be shorter than usual. I think that they're saying about 20 minutes long, and that we heard yesterday from the head of the inaugural committee that it will be a collaboration between his ideas and his speechwriter.
Well, I would hope there are always collaborations, and that's traditional. The key is this: the issue of unity. He becomes president of all of us. He's not just president of the people who voted for him. He's president of the people who didn't vote for him. He's president of the people too young to vote. How is he going to talk to all of us, and what is the vision he's going to share with us about where we go from now? That's what I'm looking for today.
So these two have gotten to bask in the possibility of the moment. You, Tim O'Brien, you have a different task. You and I are members of the fraternity now of people who have investigated Donald Trump. You are a senior member of that fraternity. And the question that you can answer best is, do you think the man has it in him to surrender the me to the we, that when the grace of this moment comes upon him and he realizes his power and his position, do you think he has it in him to say, I don't come first anymore?
I think we all have to hope that he does. I think it's important for the country. I think it's important for the presidency. It's important for good governance that Donald Trump embrace this moment and rise to the occasion. I think that will require things of him that we have not seen in him historically. It will require emotional, intellectual, and strategic discipline. It will require generosity of spirit. It will require enormous self-restraint. We've seen since the election that on Twitter he's demonstrated no self-restraint. And I think it's a wait and see. I was thinking about this yesterday, Chris, during the ceremony at the Lincoln Memorial. John Voight gave a very confrontational opening speech in that moment. It wasn't about unity. It was about Trump got smeared and God put him here to save things. So I think it's in Trump's court now.
Jim, I was struck reading through the history of all of the inaugurations, how often weather plays a role. Sometimes things are canceled if it's too cold. Sometimes it's been so snowy. I think with John Kennedy's inauguration today, it is going to be a light drizzle. What do you see for how all this unfolds compared to past years?
Well, weather is often a big deal in Washington here at this time of year. The last time that it rained was for George W. Bush in 2001. Actually, that day, George W. Bush had planned to use the original George Washington Bible when he took the oath. But because of the weather, the powers that be who look after that Bible decided not to bring it outdoors. So we've had rainy days in the 1800s quite often. Snow has been more of a problem since Inauguration Day got moved up from March to January.
They've only had a couple get canceled, though. Reagan had it canceled, I think his second one, right? Because how cold it was.
Yeah, sometimes the parades are moved or the parades are canceled. But even in March, when the inauguration used to be in March, I was struck by how often snow played a role here in Washington, D.C.
The last time that happened was 1909. William Howard Taft. It was so snowy that a lot of stuff got canceled.
So how big a deal for you when it comes down? There's this one moment, right? Noon on January 20th, 20th Amendment of the Constitution puts that as when the job begins. Do you feel anything in that moment happen in this kind of ceremony?
Well, a lot of people are going to feel a lot this year. You're going to have people who are going to be jubilant, and you're going to have lots of people who are very depressed. So we're a divided country, and whether Donald Trump will be able to do anything about that remains to be seen. I don't think it'll be decided during his inaugural address. I don't think we can expect much from that, but we'll find out a lot in the days ahead.
And President Obama, the outgoing president, is doing everything he can in terms of tradition, right? He's spending all the time with him. He's traveling there. You know, every box you could check as peaceful transition seems to be getting done, yes?
Definitely. He's been very gracious, just as George W. Bush was gracious to him.
John, thank you very much. Thanks for sharing all of the historical facts with us and the perspective. Great to talk to you.
Thank you.
We have much more of our inaugural coverage starting right now.
We're going to have 4 incredible years. It's going to be something special.
The truth is, 1 minute after 12, he is the president.
That was some big victory. I outworked everybody. I think I outworked anybody who ever ran for office.
Our job is to be ready on day one. The American people can be confident that we will be.
The cabinet members are doing really fantastic. I'm very, very proud of my picks.
You'll know almost immediately that there's a new sheriff in town.
The world watches this peaceful transition of power.
We're going to unify our country and make America great again.
This is a new day with Chris Cuomo and Allison Camerata.
Wow, look how beautiful our Capitol looks on this historic morning. We want to welcome all our viewers in the United States and around the world. This is your new day, and it's a big one. Friday, January 20th, 8 o'clock here in Washington. It is Inauguration Day in America, just 4 hours away from history. That's when our Constitution says Donald John Trump gets sworn in as the 45th President of the United States and executes the office. What an improbable journey has gotten us to this point.
The eyes of the world are on the pageantry of this day, which dates back 228 years to our nation's first president, George Washington. The peaceful transfer of power is steeped in tradition. It is, of course, a pillar of our democracy. So what will the president-elect say when he is president in his inaugural address? And how will the weather impact the ceremony? We have it all covered for you. Let's begin with CNN's Sunlan Sirfati. She is live on the west front of the U.S. Capitol. What's happening there, Sunlan?
Well, Allison, this is where that historic moment will take place. And I can tell you it is already a hotbed of activity, a feeling of energy certainly in the air. I want to show you what's going on the stage behind me. They are certainly making a flurry of last minute preparations, putting all the finishing touches on things that add to the grandeur of this sort of event. We saw them a few minutes ago drilling in the presidential seal. And as you see there, they just put some plastic coating over the lectern for today, where President Trump will give his inaugural address after being sworn in. And we are still getting our first raindrops out here, so that might come into play later in the morning. Now, this is the stage where Trump will not only Bible, which was also used by President Obama when he was inaugurated in 2009, but then his personal Bible, one that was given to him when he was only 9 years old after completing Sunday school. He then goes on to give the biggest speech of his political life, his inaugural address, one that we are told he has written largely on his own. It will not be an agenda focus. It will be more a personal address on what it means to be an American. And this is something that we saw hints of last night at the kickoff of these festivities at the Lincoln Memorial. Here's what he had to say.
We're going to unify our country. And our phrase, you all know it, half of you are wearing the hat, make America great again. But we're going to make America great for all of our people, everybody.
And Trump woke up this morning at the Blair House, where he slept with his family overnight. And we know he's up and tweeting already. He will then later go to church at St. John's, and then we'll meet with the Obamas over at the White House for tea. Allison?
Sunlan, thank you. So a couple of hours from now, President-elect Donald Trump will meet with President Obama at the White House before both men travel to the U.S. Capitol together for Mr. Trump's swearing in. The outgoing 45th president penning a goodbye letter to the American people. And CNN's Michelle Kaczynski is live at the White House with more. What a tradition, Michelle, what we're going to see play out this morning.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that we've seen before. We've seen this peaceful transition of power, and President Obama has absolutely tried to abide by that. I mean, in the lead up to this, there have been some ugly words exchanged on both sides, but President Obama has made an effort and tried to remind others too that this is supposed to be smooth, it's supposed to be orderly, and it's supposed to be a part of our democracy itself. He's also talked about how gracious. Remember, America is not the project of any one person. The single most powerful word in our democracy is the word we the people. We shall overcome. Yes, we can. But the president also plays a big role in this. I mean, the guidance, the historical guidance that is there for an outgoing president is that it's not supposed to be such a big deal. It's not supposed to be a huge process for the outgoing president to leave. But he's a part of it. I mean, we're going to get a picture of President Obama today leaving the Oval Office for the last time. And just looking at his schedule, he will meet with President-elect Trump and Melania Trump here at the White House. They will have this tea, a traditional tea in the Blue Room. It's in the past been described sometimes as a bit stiff or awkward, but remember, President Obama and President-elect Trump have had a number of long, candid conversations on the phone prior to this. So they've gotten to know each other at least a little bit. Back to you guys.
All right, Michelle, thank you very much. We know that members of Congress are beginning to arrive at the U.S. Capitol for today's historic inauguration. Republicans are going to be in control of the White House and both houses of Congress in just 4 hours. CNN's Manu Raju is live in the Capitol Rotunda. Manu.
Hey, Chris. Yeah, just in about 2 hours, we're going to start to see senators gather just down the hall from where I'm standing right now. And they're expected to walk through here and eventually out into the front steps of the Capitol and watch the speech and the festivities unfold. On the House side, members are attending as well. But as we know, a number of House Democrats deciding not to attend this inauguration because of their with the election, concerns about Donald Trump. Roughly a third of the House Democrats actually not attending the proceedings. But on the Senate side, Democrats are planning on attending by and large. You're not seeing that boycott happening over there. But today, also an important day in the Senate because some of Donald Trump's nominees will get confirmed later today. 2 of his national security nominees, that is General James Mattis to head the Defense Department and General John Kelly to head Homeland Security. Other nominees, however, are still waiting, including the CIA Director nominee, Mike Pompeo. There's going to be a big push, watch that today, for Republicans to try to get him confirmed, but that could delay until Monday ahead of what Donald Trump wanted to do tomorrow, which is to go to the CIA tomorrow. So one of the major things that Senate will have to deal with, nomination fights, just beginning here, Chris and Allison.
Yes, indeed, Manu. Thank you very much for that. There's so much to discuss on this historic day. So let's bring in our panel. We have CNN political analyst and White House correspondent for the New York Times, Maggie Haberman, CNN political analyst David Gregory, senior congressional correspondent for the Washington Examiner and host of the podcast Examining Politics, David Drucker, and the co-author of the book Trump Revealed, Michael Kranish. Great to have all of you here. David Gregory, I just can't help but continue to be struck by what's going to happen this morning between President Obama, President-elect Donald Trump. There's so much water under the bridge with these two men. There's been so much acrimony. If there can be a peaceful transfer of power and they're going to ride together in the car to the Capitol and have a conversation together, our democracy is strong.
It is strong, and our country is strong. And I think these symbols of the transfer of power that America does unlike any other country are just an amazing testament to the strength of the republic, even in a divided time. Look, you have Trump coming in with low approval numbers, very low, historically low, coming into the presidency, and near historic numbers of approval for President Obama as he exited. And yet his successor is someone who ran really completely against everything that Obama stood for in terms of his policies and his placement of America and the rest of the world. But these traditions are amazingly strong. They go back to Andrew Jackson and Martin Van Buren riding up to the Capitol together. And these moments are really a realization that you're part of a very special club. I can remember outgoing President Clinton meeting in these moments with George W. Bush, the incoming president, and George W. Bush had made a big point of talking about during the campaign how the shadow of Clinton would come into the campaign and hurt Al Gore. And they had a laugh about that. He said, "How'd you like how I talked about the shadow returning?" and they had a good chuckle about that. And so this is a moment to enjoy the moment and to be part of the celebration.
All right, so Mr. Kranish, one of the big questions today will be, what will the moment mean to and for Donald John Trump? Unity starts at the top. The tone is set by the president. Do you think there is a chance that when he puts his hand on the same Bible that Lincoln used, that he will understand better why that man used the phrase, our better angels, in trying to teach people that they cannot be enemies if they want progress in America?
Right. Well, throughout his life, really from the time he was a child to the candidate that we saw, he was a fighter. He was pushing back. And there's this phrase that he used recently where he said he quoted the philosophy of the boxer Mike Tyson, his friend. And Tyson said, everybody has a plan until
they get punched in the face.
In the mouth, right. So that's been the Trump philosophy. He was taught that by his friend and mentor, Roy Cohn, the lawyer. And he's used that throughout his life. This is the moment, to use the title of your show, a new day. For a lot of people, this is a new introduction to Donald Trump. They want to see if he's going to change his tone. This is the time when presidents who are inaugurated traditionally say they're reaching out. They want to bring the country together. Sometimes it doesn't last very long. Barack Obama certainly tried that when he was first inaugurated, but then he passed health care without a single Republican vote. So this is a moment where Donald Trump does need, in fact, if he wants to repeal and replace Obamacare, probably some Democratic support. So it's a very important moment for him. He's probably going to get the largest audience, perhaps, of his presidency today. And he can send a new message. And that message could be one that continues the sort of punchback, or it could be a more conciliatory tone, which you would expect today.
Maggie, you've been following the Trump team for at least 18 months now. What are you listening for today?
Actually, as we were talking, and especially as you were telling that story about Gore, I was thinking that one of the aspects we haven't really talked about is that Hillary Clinton will be there. And I'm very curious to see what he says about her. Among the things to listen for in his inauguration address, obviously, is how much off script he goes. As we know, he is not great with teleprompter speeches. His aides have said he wrote this himself. I think we will know when we hear it. I'm wondering how he deals with her presence. I'm wondering what he says to her. This was not a, remember that time when, Russia was accused of hacking our election and wasn't it funny situation. So I think that is going to be a potentially tense and fraught moment, and how he addresses her is going to, I think, matter for Democrats going forward. Obviously, there are a lot of Democrats who do not like Hillary Clinton, but they also don't necessarily like Donald Trump, and we need to see how that goes forward. I do think he is going to talk about America first, and this term that he first, I believe, heard from my colleague David Sanger, and then he sort of made it his own. It obviously has a historical context that is not positive, but he has used it as his slogan. I think he is going to, his advisors have said it's going to be sort of a philosophical speech and not political. Trump's philosophy, to your point, is really about sort of brawling and punching people in the face, and I don't think that's the philosophy he's going to espouse. So there's a lot of questions as we approach this speech.
David Drucker, the magic of the moment. You talk about it, and it can feel a little phony when people hear it, but we see it time and time again. President after president says the same thing. Boy, when you put your hand on that Bible, when you take the oath, you realize that this position is something. This is the biggest moment of Donald Trump's life. You think that should be factored in when people are looking at what he's been every moment before this, because everything will be different after this.
I'm very curious to see if the weight of the job really is something that he internalizes, and if it changes him a little bit. And we know that presidents tend to change over time because, we sort of joke about the cliche leader of the free world. But you really are the leader of the free world. What Barack Obama is handing over today are the keys to the most potent nuclear arsenal, the most potent military ever created. You can do a lot with that. And so we'll see how Donald Trump reacts to that.
Panel, thank you very much for all of those insights. It's great to talk to you. We'll rely on you all day long. We also need to know what the weather's going to be. Chris needs to know how unsightly a rain cap I will be wearing during our parade coverage in a few hours. So we're going to check with Chad Myers when we come right back.
You can't look.
We are asking the public to help with the investigation.
Their courage, you're a very brave guy, inspired us. Their strength united us. Patriots Day, rated R.
If you've been diagnosed with cancer, searching for answers like where to treat can feel overwhelming. So start your search with a specialist at Cancer Treatment Centers of America. Start with teams of cancer treatment experts under one roof, focused on the delivery of precision cancer treatment. Start at one of the Cancer Treatment Centers of America hospitals near you. The evolution of cancer care is here. Learn more at cancercenter.com/experts. Appointments available now.
More doing chores for mom parole? More doing chores for dad parole. More earning something you love parole. Bounty is more absorbent, so the roll can last 50% longer than the leading ordinary brand. So you get more life per roll. Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
Everyone say that I am too young to do my own thing, but I know they're wrong. You see, mama not worried and papa never did. I'm just a little bitty girl like a whole lot of kids doing my own thing. Check me out.
Find your perfect car, or the perfect car for her. Auto Trader, the only car search engine driven by you.
When it comes to getting help with home repair and improvement projects, millions of homeowners trust HomeAdvisor to find a reliable local pro.
We use HomeAdvisor for all our home projects, installing the garage door,
remodeling the kitchen,
Cleaning the gutters.
fixing the AC, any project.
Big or small.
HomeAdvisor's like a neighbor who knows all the great service pros in my area.
you can compare prices.
And book an appointment right online.
Home Advisor is completely free to use.
Go to homeadvisor.com or download the free app.
The search continues. Finding Jesus returns this spring. Start the new year with a new ride at Paddock Chevrolet. We've got over 358 Malibu to choose from. Get the color, model, and equipment you want at the price you deserve. Current Chevy or non-GM lessees can lease a well-equipped LT starting at $189 a month. No down payment, no first payment, no security deposit required. This is not a misprint, just $189 a month. No gimmicks, no giveaways, no employee discount required. Get your new Malibu today at Paddock Chevrolet, a world-class dealership with small-town values.
The biggest game calls for the biggest savings at the Metro Mattress Super Savings event. For a limited time, save up to 50% on a Simmons Ultra Plush Euro Pillow Top Queen set, just $5.99. Or get 0% interest for 60 months on all Tempur-Pedic complete sets. That's 5 full years. Ask about free delivery and hurry in. These super savings deals won't last long. Remember, only Metro Mattress offers a 1-year sleep on it guarantee. Metro Mattress.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
President-elect Donald Trump is about to depart for church service, steps from the White House. The president-elect will be joined by his wife, the vice president, and some of his cabinet picks at St. John's Episcopal Church. CNN national correspondent Phil Mattingly is live there. Tell us what you're seeing, Phil.
Good morning, Allison. What we've seen so far is a number of VIPs, a number of top Trump administration officials, incoming officials have already filed in to St. John's Church, the church behind me. And what we're going to see this morning is really a continuation of tradition, something that's happened since 1933, pretty much consistently, with the exception of one president, a worship service before the inauguration. Now, as you noted, just about a block away from the Blair House where the president-elect and his family are staying. They're going to hop into a motorcade in about 15 minutes, head over here for that service. Service is expected to last around an hour, and who you're going to see here besides Trump's future staff is a lot of the evangelical supporters that were so crucial to his campaign. And also the person who's going to deliver the sermon, Robert Jeffress, a reverend from Dallas, Texas, who kind of runs a mega church down there, a very important, very crucial figure in the Southern Baptist movement. He will be giving the sermon. He's a controversial figure for some of the comments he's made about other religions, about the LGBT community. But when I talked to a Trump official about that decision, he said, look, this is an individual who's been extraordinarily supportive of Mr. Trump, has been extraordinarily supportive of the campaign. He's a crucial kind of, not advisor, but at least somebody who on the faith side of things has been very helpful. That is why he's going to have this role. As to what he'll be talking about, the name of the sermon, according to the pastor, will be how God chose a leader. And so it'll be something to keep a very close eye on. A lot of support in the faith community over the course of the last 18 months, and all of it will be represented here. Chris?
Well, Phil, the word inauguration comes from the word to consecrate. And it does seem that our next president is trying to draw as much divine energy as he can. He's going to set a record today with 6 different prayers before the ceremonies begin. Thousands of Americans are making their way to Washington, D.C., hoping to get a good spot for the inaugural celebration. Many of them are waking up very early to get through very tight security. CNN's Brian Todd is just outside the National Mall. So tight, Brian, that even Allison Camerata had to wait.
Well, you guys are VIPs, and if you guys can't get in, then it'll be tough for anybody. But it has started to kind of smooth out a little bit. The crowd's coming in now. This checkpoint and the one down the street there opened a little over an hour ago, so people are being let in. Now, this one actually, I'll move over here just for a second. This one just closed temporarily, a minor security snafu. They're going to check something out up here, but they assure us that it's very likely just a temporary closing of these gates. Then they're going to start letting people through. Energy and enthusiasm really are the order of the morning here. We've talked to people from Tennessee, North and South Carolina. We've talked to people from Seattle. One young man and his mother drove here from Seattle. 4.5 days it took them just to get here to take in the spectacle. That is really what it's all about this morning. People just wanting to come in, get as close as they can to the podium and take in the spectacle. They've asked us for directions on how to get to the best places and where to go. It's really fun to talk to people like that because they're just so enthusiastic about being here that the energy is infectious. Now, part of the day, we have to say, are these pop-up protests. Here's one right over here. They have tried to block some people from getting in, but people are able to kind of nudge their way through the protesters. Nobody's getting too heated about it, so the protesters are having their voices heard, but they have not been a huge factor in the equation this morning as far as just getting these crowds through. Here, now you see these people are now moving again. The gates are opening up again. We did have some issues earlier because a couple of the checkpoints had staffing problems. They had equipment problems, and they were not able to let people in on time. They have started to do that now, and people are moving through. Very enthusiastic to get to the mall or as close to it as they can to hear President Trump in his speech and in his oath-taking. And they're not daunted by the weather. The rain has not started here yet, guys. It's going to soon, but we're getting a break in the temperature. It's only in the low 50s right now. And when it does rain, we're told it won't be a real driving rain. So people are very enthusiastic about coming out here.
Okay, Brian, thank you very much. I'm getting a lot of suggestions for headgear for the rain. I'm going to have it festooned with something. How much rain will fall here in Washington? CNN's Chad Myers has the forecast. What are you seeing, Chad?
Elsa, probably less than a 1/4 inch, but likely over 1/10 of an inch. What I'm worried about on the radar, at least the future radar projections, are some of these yellow spots that I'm about to show you. We're going to get rain now into D.C., Baltimore in the next hour or two. What we don't want would be thunder and lightning with all of those people outside. Now, just like Brian said, this is not a severe thunderstorm type of event, but there are these convective little cells here that each one of them could have a thunder or lightning strike, hopefully cloud to cloud, not cloud to ground, but the likelihood of rain is 100%. The likelihood of thunder is still there. It's not a probability, but a possibility. You have all those people outside with thunder and lightning. Where do they go?
Rain or shine, the democracy will move. Thank you, Chad. CNN special coverage of the 58th inauguration. Donald John Trump will become the 45th president. Our coverage begins right after this break.
Hello, welcome to McDonald's. They own the business. From grill to counter in 30 seconds. He had the vision. I call him the Golden Arches. Critics are calling the founder the best movie of the new year.
This is not your company, Ray.
You sure about that? The founder, rated PG-13.
Hello, I'm an Idaho potato farmer, and I finally found our big Idaho potato truck. It's been touring the country telling folks about our heart-healthy Idaho potatoes, America's favorite potatoes, and donating to local charities along the way. But now, it's finally back home where it belongs. Aw, man. Hey! Wait up! Where you going? Here we go again.
To apply for your MasterCard Black Card, visit Luxury Card or call 844-LUX-CARD.
We are Steel, German-engineered chainsaws and landscape products.
The majority of which are made here in America by Americans.
And exported to over 90 countries around the world.
Find out why steel is #1 in America at steelusa.com.
Your relentless pursuit of perfection, your countless hours of preparation, all comes down to this moment when the clock is ticking down and it's all on the line. Tissot, this is your time.
Oh, heartburn.
Sorry, ma'am, no burning here.
Try Alka-Seltzer Heartburn Relief Gummies. They don't taste chalky and work fast.
Incredible. Can I try? She doesn't have heartburn.
Alka-Seltzer Heartburn Relief Gummies. Enjoy the relief.
The anticipation is growing for the NCAA tournament. Watch every game live. Do not miss the moments everyone will be talking about.
For the championship!
The madness begins March 14.
Hey, older brother. You deserve ultra-fast unlimited internet.
I do.
Yes, you do. Remember how you wore those cool shoes and someone said, hey, cool shoes?
Yes.
You deserve to upload and download things fast for that. Then there was that time you said the answer and the teacher said, that's right, student.
Yeah, sounds like me.
You deserve fast internet for that too. Also, you're your parents' favorite child.
I'm their favorite child.
Apparently not.
Come on. Not cool.
Start the new year off right with Heinrich Chevrolet's winter sales event.
Now through January 31st, you'll find great savings on all new and used vehicles.
Between our lease loyalty offers, bonus tag cash, and everyday Heinrich discounts,
We know you'll find the vehicle that you want at the price you deserve.
like this 2017 Chevy Cruze that you can lease for just $119 a month. And that's with only taxes and DMV fees due at signing. Heinrich Chevrolet, located on South Transit Road in Lockport.
And at HeinrichChevy.com.
Is CNN, the most trusted name in news.
We're live here at the U.S. Capitol for the inauguration of the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump, and a seismic shift in power here in Washington. We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer. We're about to see the president-elect for the first time on this historic day. Moments from now, Donald and Melania Trump will leave the presidential guest quarters over at Blair House. You're looking at live pictures. They spent the night there at the official guest house of the White House along with their children and grandchildren. As is customary on this very important day, the Trumps will take a short drive around the corner to St. John's Episcopal Church to attend a private service. It's one of many inauguration traditions being honored by the president-elect. In about an hour, the Trumps will head over to the White House for a truly iconic moment. They'll be greeted by President and Mrs. Obama before they all go inside for some tea and coffee. We'll carry all the big inauguration events live throughout the day. We have a team of correspondents in place. They're spread out across the nation's capital, including over at Blair House and over at St. John's Church. They're awaiting the president-elect of the United States, Donald Trump, just hours before he takes charge at the White House. Extensive live coverage coming up. Jake, this is going to be an historic moment because we will see the full majesty, but it begins with a church service.
It does. It begins with the church service and the person delivering the sermon for President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Pence. Dr. Robert Jeffress said that the topic of his sermon that will be delivered at St. John's is when God chooses a leader. From Nehemiah. So that's the sermon that will greet the day for the president and the president-elect. This is going to be a fascinating day because President-elect Trump, I think it's fair to say, in any objective term, is the most non-traditional president-elect we have ever had. He is the first one in the history of this country never to have before held elected office or military service. The first one ever who has never been in the military or in the government in some capacity. He's very much a man of his particular time. Somebody who uses Twitter to communicate, somebody who comes from reality television in addition to his successful business career. And yet, the day is very traditional. It is full of customs that have been going on for decades and in some cases hundreds of years, having to do with the peaceful transfer of power, the traditions of going to St. John's Church, the traditions of having tea and coffee with the outgoing president, and that ceremony where the outgoing president bids adieu on Marine One and takes off while the current incoming president and first lady wave goodbye. And then, of course, the ceremony that will take place shortly before noon Eastern, right behind us here on Capitol Hill.
Dana, you're with us as well. Dana, almost every minute of this important day is scripted out.
going to be a big challenge for a man who is notoriously unscripted. He is most comfortable when he's off the cuff. He, at the end of his campaign, was much more disciplined in staying on his teleprompter than in the past. This is going to be the ultimate test of his ability to be disciplined, because his aides say he is going to be reading from the script, reading his inaugural address, obviously a historic thing to be able to read the same kind of address that started with George Washington. Pretty remarkable. And, you know, it is going to be the first test of whether or not what he promised during the campaign will be true, which is, can he be presidential? He promised, you know, now I'm just me. I'm just Donald Trump, the businessman, Donald Trump, the candidate. But when I become president, I'm going to be presidential. We haven't entirely seen it yet, but maybe we will. And the other thing I want to say is that when we see him put his hand in the air, it will be, to your point, Jake, the very first time that Donald Trump will ever take an oath to this country, because he has never served in the military or served in any elected office, whether it is city council up to senator or governor.
And as we celebrate, John King, all the pomp and circumstance of this historic day, the country still is pretty divided.
The country is very divided, and the world watches the United States on this day. And as Jake notes, you have all these traditions, and as Dana notes, a candidate about to be president who doesn't like traditions, who doesn't like a script. Just a remarkable day in our history. You know, the American experiment is 240 years old. We are saying farewell to our first African-American president, a man who disrupted his own party, leapfrogged the Clintons 8 years ago to take over the Democratic Party, a young man who surprised everybody and promised to change Washington. Well, he didn't succeed in changing Washington as much as you would like. And now you have a man who launched a hostile takeover of the Republican Party, who's not bound by Republican ideology, about to become a disruptive force in American politics at the White House. He disrupted the campaign. He has had a disruptive, and some of that has annoyed people. Some of that encourages his people. They want change in Washington. And it's just such a turning of the page in history. President Obama leaves incredibly popular, and yet 10 weeks ago, the American people elected somebody who in every way, how he talks, what he stands for, what he wants to do with the levers of government is different than our president.
John, we see people beginning to emerge from Blair House. There's the president of the elected United States. Look, he's wearing his red tie, and Melania Trump, the entire family, they spent the night at Blair House. They spent the entire night at Blair House. The first time we're seeing Melania Trump on this day. And I'm sure a lot of people, Dana, are going to be talking about what she's wearing on this day. Donald Trump, obviously, very, very traditional look, but they're going to drive over only about a block from Blair House.
That's right.
Over to St. John's Episcopal Church for this prayer service.
That's right. And look, the first thing that comes to my mind the minute I saw Melania is Jackie Onassis, or Jackie Kennedy, of course, at the time. A different color, but boy, is that a Jackie Kennedy style that she's got there. Very classic, very elegant, very refined.
And they're going to get in a little motorcade. It's going to be a very short drive, Jake, from Blair House over to St. John's Episcopal Church. The service will be very significant for this president-elect.
It will. I mean, he's not somebody that has a long tradition in the church. He's not somebody known for having a particular spiritual theology, but he is somebody who was embraced by the conservative evangelical community during the primaries, won their votes considerably, was very, very strongly supported by the Christian conservative community here in Washington, D.C., and has talked repeatedly about how honored he has been to have enjoyed their support, even though he comes from, I think it's fair to say, a very different kind of background.
Yeah, he does, and he will have his family Bible later behind us when he is sworn in as President of the United States. Also, we'll have a Lincoln Bible as well. So it's a moment that he will certainly cherish as he begins, John King, this 4-year adventure.
And he begins it, and today we will focus on the ceremony, the transfer of power, the peaceful transition of power that makes America the beacon around the world. One of the big questions to this president is the speech he will deliver right there behind us is, he can't unify the country today. The country is still very much divided, but with the Lincoln Bible, with the symbolism and then his words, can he take an important first step and lay the foundation for bringing together, look, he lost the popular vote. He won the Electoral College. There are a good number of Democrats boycotting this inauguration. One very prominent who has said he's illegitimate, others who say they just have differences with this president and don't want to be here. So there's a huge challenge for him going forward when he begins the governing challenge. And that will come later today. After the parade, we expect the first executive orders. Then the Congress is already about the business of reversing Obamacare and things like that. Today is more about the transfer of power, but the message he sends in that first speech, I think, is very important to see if he can take that important first step to bridge what is a huge divide.
And what's interesting is one of his dear friends and the chairman of the Presidential Inaugural Committee, Tom Barrack, told Dan and I yesterday that the theme of the speech that we're going to hear shortly before noon Eastern, and also the theme of this entire weekend is unity and bringing the country together, honoring the traditions of this nation, the peaceful transfer of power, more than 220 years of that tradition, not something that is seen in every country around the world, especially after such a bitter and divisive election. And the notes that we have heard so far some have been in that direction, some have been quite in the opposite direction. Tom Barrack saying the time to put the campaign is over, the time to unite the country is now. There's also been a lot of talk about the campaign still, and a lot
including last night,
and a lot of attacks on opponents of President-elect Trump. It is a moment for him to put that aside and call for unity. And look, we're not going to dwell on this today, but he is entering the presidency the least popular president-elect in modern American history. I think he's going to find that popularity will help him do what he wants to do. It will give him power over members of Congress and power over members of the media.
Yeah, and the other thing is that although he is a businessman, the Trump organization is not that big, actually, when it comes to personnel. I mean, it's big in terms of it spans the globe, but when it comes to personnel, it's not that big. He doesn't, people who are close to him even say that the reason why he needed to get out of Trump Tower and here, he needs to grasp the notion of the fact that this is a sprawling organization. He's not going to just be with the small band of aides that are actually with him right now anymore. It's going to be very different.
Beginning to rain a little bit here in the nation's capital will endure for sure. Huge crowds already gathering. I want to go over to Blair House. Michelle Kaczynski, our White House correspondent, is on the scene. We saw the president-elect and the incoming first lady. They walked down the stairs from Blair House. They're now in their vehicles. They're getting ready for that very brief drive from where you are, Michelle, over to St. John's Episcopal Church.
Yeah, that's the picture everybody was waiting for. I mean, people have been assembled out here since before dawn, but most of those around us are police. Security is already in place, and volunteers. They're going to be working this event, but they themselves wanted to get that first view of the family, the soon-to-be first family, as they begin this incredible day for them. They all spent the night in Blair House. This is 4 buildings put together, so they have plenty of room in there. It's this beautiful old building, traditional for the president-elect to spend the night there. And he just have his entire family with him. His daughter Ivanka, her husband, and their 3 children, his sons and their wives and their children, as well as Tiffany Trump, all spent the night together there. And then earlier this morning, I guess it would be about half an hour, 45 minutes ago, we saw Kellyanne Conway arrive. She went in, spent some time with the family, and now they've all exited the building, gotten into their respective cars, and now they'll make this procession, starting to move now to St. John's Episcopal Church, which is just across Lafayette Park. It's about a block and a half away. Now people out here, there's some clapping to see them off as they start this traditional service before the inauguration itself.
Michelle, right across the street, as you well know, from the White House, Pennsylvania Avenue, a 1 block, short little drive. We saw the motorcade leave. They'll be heading over to St. John's Episcopal Church for the service this morning. It will set the scene. After the service, the Trumps will head back over to the White House for tea, coffee with the president and the First Lady, Michelle Obama, before they head up to where we are right now, up on Capitol Hill. You're looking at live pictures over there. This is right near you. This motorcade is going to be heading over to the church. On the right, you see, John, that's what the Hay Adams Hotel, right across the street from St. John's Episcopal Church. They'll be walking out. It's a slight drizzle, Jake, as we await the president-elect. We'll see them get out of the vehicles right now and head into the church.
Everything about this day is fastidiously choreographed. Everything from the walking down of the stairs to where cars are going to park. It is meticulous. It is in keeping with the long traditions of this country. This day is very un-Trumpian in that way, in the sense that he has been somebody who has been more of an ad-libber, who has done things his own way, and won the nomination and won the election doing things his own way.
He's getting out of the vehicle now. Let's just listen for a second.
There is two grown sons, Don Jr. and Eric, and their wives and children.
All the grandchildren are there for this historic occasion, a day they will for sure always remember. And there's Tiffany Trump. She just recently graduated from the University of Pennsylvania.
That's right, Tiffany Trump.
The sons, Eric and Don Jr., they will be in charge of the business. They're not coming to Washington.
They are not coming to Washington, and of course there remain a lot of questions about the ability of President-elect Trump to keep his businesses separated from his job now as President of the United States in a few hours, with his sons running it. Those questions will no doubt continue to dog his presidency. Tiffany Trump, the daughter of President-elect Trump and Marla Maples from his second marriage.
The family is inside right now. Phil Mattingly is over at the church himself. So, Phil, walk us through who's inside, who will be at the service, and what we'll be hearing.
So we obviously just saw the president-elect and the future first lady walk in. Over the course of the last 45 minutes, Wolf, we've really seen kind of every close confidant, cabinet member, incoming senior-level White House staffer also make their way into St. John's Episcopal Church. About 300 individuals are expected to attend this service. And kind of as Jake pointed out earlier, when you look back, surprising elements was the really intense evangelical support that now President-elect Trump got. And that will be represented heavily at this service. Jerry Falwell Jr., James Dobson, a lot of individuals that concrete decisions to back the president-elect when maybe it wasn't the most popular or even kind of sensical idea at the time, as far as they were talking, are here. They've been close confidants throughout the campaign. They remain so now. As the service itself occurs, the president-elect and the first lady-to-be will be sitting in the front row of this service. The service is expected, Wolf, to last about an hour long, perhaps a little bit longer. One of the more interesting elements of the service is who will be delivering this sermon. It will be Reverend Robert Jeffress, and he is known as a mega church pastor, a very popular one, a Southern Baptist from down in Dallas, Texas, but he's also one who's made a lot of inflammatory and controversial remarks about other religions, about the LGBT community over the course of the last couple of years. That said, in talking to Trump officials about this, they say, look, his message will be one of unification. He's one who has been backing the Trump family from the very beginning, one who's very respected and thought very highly of inside the Trump operation. That's why he's here today. As for the sermon that he will be given, it'll be titled When God Chooses a Leader. And at the crux of it will be the story of Nehemiah, obviously an Old Testament city. That will be at of the sermon today that will be delivered. Again, Wolf, should be about an hour long before they head back over to the White House for that tea with the Obamas. But everybody that you would expect to is here, and this is kind of a tradition that we've seen pretty much consistently since 1933. President-elect Trump continuing that today, Wolf.
Dr. Jeffress, indeed very controversial. He runs a 12,000-member megachurch in Dallas, but we should point out, I mean, he has said that Islam and Mormonism are heresies from the pit of hell. He suggested that the Catholic Church was led astray by Satan, and on and on.
It's one of the challenges for the president-elect of this day when he wants to project a message of unity, but he's also still surrounding himself with allies in the campaign. Dr. Jeffress was out in the campaign campaigning aggressively for President-elect Trump. Yeah, if you're left of center, you look at this and say, how can you deliver a message of unity when you allow the lead sermon, when you go to the president's church, as St. John's is called, but to be somebody with the reputation and the political activity of Dr. Jeffress? That's, again, one of the big challenges this president-elect faces, soon to be president, in keeping the